day at Canterbury Park, and they're racing. Sweet Amy was off in last. Sweet Amy, perhaps sour out of the gate. Chocolate Freckles finds the front at 13-1 to begin the carryover. Chocolate Freckles hoping not to melt in the Shakopee heat. Pink Ace is next, cutting that margin to a half. Then it's Holy Coffee on the 4 wide side. Sweet Amy is rushed into contention, 2.5, 3 lengths from the front, and about 5 clear from Celtic's Wildcat. The veteran mare is far out of it. They're approaching the top of the stretch, and Chocolate Freckles, the longest shot on the board, continues to show the way confidently. It's Chocolate Freckles leading it by 3. Sweet Amy comes lunging through to the inside. Outside of that is Pink Ace into the final furlong. Chocolate Freckles has done all the dirty work and now has a football field to get to start this pick 4 carryover with a big upset. Chocolate Freckles, Pink Ace stabbing late, but Chocolate Freckles pulls the upset in the first. And they're racing. Slow beginning for Slick Country Boy, but recovered okay. From the inside, Cooler King looking to put a chill over the field. Cooler King is that 2 taking the lead. Mr. McLean is right there alongside. And now a recovering Slick Country Boy. Last out of the gate, circumnavigating into action fast to the outside of Chromed Impulse. And now we have 4 equine athletes lined up approaching the top of the stretch. 30 seconds out is the 9-year-old, watching it from 8 lengths in arrears, and Palace Kitten is beginning to purr and run on late, still about 8 lengths out of it, and they head for home. Cooler King at 7-1. Cooler King shows the way. Outside, Chromed Impulse finishing nicely. Mr. McLean between them, and not today for Slick Country Boy, and up goes Chromed Impulse from Cooler King. Chromed Impulse wins it at 5-2. They're racing. Swift beginning for Unrivaled Queen at 4-1 with unrivaled early speed. Birdie Begone is the gray to the inside, and now Sharp Attitude in sharp fashion rallies to join the pace-setting Unrivaled Queen, and Sharp Attitude has taken the lead. Oh Babe is next, close handy too. After that, Mariah's Candy, because off the layoff, 7 lengths from it. Sharp Attitude runs right by Unrivaled Queen. In fact, the Queen is back in third because Oh Babe is on the move to the outside, round about the quarter pole, 2, 6, 3, 1, 5, 4, and they're covered by 8, and they're chasing a Sharpie in the shape of Sharp Attitude. Oh Babe is the Minnesotan trying to run her down. Birdie Begone, fellow Minnesotan, gray wide side. Then it's Unrivaled Queen. After that, we have Mariah's Candy into the final football field. Sharp Attitude desperately trying to hold on. Unrivaled Queen resurgent on the inside, but Sharp Attitude, the people's choice, prevails. Racing. Can't Know was off a couple steps slowly. Mo Dingers flashing great speed. Flying Martini on the stretch out wants the lead to the inside. And outside of that, more Tiger Paw also trying the distance and stretching out for the first time. And we have three astern around the turn. After that, Heavenly Deacon, very wide but very prominent to the outside of Latin Force. Trapped inside them is Air Mail Flyer. The rider has the lime colors next to the rail, about 4 lengths from the lead, and now joined by It's Miles. Right behind them is West Dakota, then way back to the slow beginning Can't Know. Up the barn side they travel, race 4, Sunday Canterbury, and we have 4 in a line. Inside, Flying Martini. Next to that one, Mo Dingers. Outside of that, more Tiger Paw. Then we come to Latin Force, who's making a move into the far turn. Latin Force on the move, and the one slowing down is Heavenly Deacon. Right behind them, we have It's Miles, 2.5, 3 clear from West Dakota. Air Mail Flyer is heading the wrong way, and Can't Know is running on, but still 13 out of it. At the top of the stretch, Latin Force at 0 for 26, trying to grab the lead. Flying Martini fends the challenge initially, and these two race out about 2-3 lengths clear from It's Miles into the final football field. Flying Martini from Latin Force and a surging It's Miles. Flying Martini left them punch drunk. And they're racing. Madhouse with mad early wheels shows good speed to the inside of Easy as Pie, but it's Madhouse and Harry grabbing the lead with a half mile to go. Right behind them, Making My Fortune, 2 lengths out of it to the inside of Big Stetson. Then it's Tap the Kid, 6 lengths out of it, and to the inside of Neoteric. After that, it's Oink. Oink, last and about 10 lengths from the lead. Middle of the turn, approaching the top of the stretch. Madhouse trying to house the top prize, and Madhouse at 3 to 5 shows the way home. Behind that one, Making My Fortune looking for a way through. Making My Fortune trying to take second, and outside of that is Big Stetson. Between them is Easy as Pie, but they are chasing a tearaway favorite named Madhouse, who is running away from them all. And Madhouse puts their backs against the wall and is gone. Madhouse wrecked them all. Star. And they're racing, except for Axel Steele, who leapt to the back feet as the gates popped and is way back in last. The others kick on with it. Bodenheimer's looking to win 3 in a row. Bodenheimer with Plain Talk, 3 and 4, slug it out into the far turn. The defending Dark Star champion, the Alligator Hunter, is on the prowl. Right behind them, Philo Beto in 4th, Every Which Way But Loose, and about 4 lengths out of it. Then it's a mile back to Desperate Man, Qatar Star, and the one in last is Axel Steele. They head for home in the Dark Star, and 4 and 5 are in very tightly. The Alligator Hunter to the outside of a pesky Plain Talk. After that, we have Bodenheimer, Philo Beto, and a late charge from Desperate Man. They come down to the wire. The Alligator Hunter and Plain Talk locked in battle. What an excellent race! Photo can't call it. 4 and 5 near dead heat. And they're racing in the Aiden Birthday Classic. Your Romantic at 12-1 outbreaks the field from that 7 spot, and a Spry. Your Romantic trying to blow the tote board to Burnsville. Meanwhile, Brandon comes sneaking through on the inside. Yo, dog. Yo, dog at 4.5-1 is between them, and Yo, dog and Harry put the nose in front. Tracking coyly is Ultimate. That's the one on the 4 wide side, as Brandon takes the lead at 21-1. Now Dual Monarchy is the gray horse, picking off runners stride by stride from 4th to 3rd up to a joint 2nd, and Storm's last indeed is last, and they approach the top of the stretch. Brandon letting Dual Monarchy through on the inside or not. Dual Monarchy, I think, scraped the rail. Outside of that is Ultimate, and Brandon's between them. Then we come back to Yo, dog. It is Brandon at a big price, battling it out with Ultimate at 2.5-1. Dual Monarchy coming back on the inside. Spine Tingler. Here it is. Looks like Ultimate in Ultimate fashion.
Good afternoon and welcome to beautiful Canterbury Park. Here in Shakopee, Minnesota, we're under mostly sunny skies. The main track is fast. And the turf course is listed at firm. If you'll get your programs handy, we'll go over the changes on tonight's 9-race card. Race 1 starts the pick 4. No changes in the lid lifter. Free and clear in the first. Race number 2 starts that 50-cent pick 5 with a 10% takeout, lowest in North America. Firm turf for the second. Scratch number 2, Robo. Scratch number 9, Pepper Jack. 2 and 9 scratched in the pick 5 starter. Race 3 is free and clear. There are no changes in tonight's third event. Race 4 starts the pick 4, the middle pick 4. Take out number 5, Dance Me to the End of Love, and the 9, Childproof. 5 and 9 are out of race 4. A bevy of changes here in the fifth. Take out the 4, Mia is Short. Take out the 5, Whimsical Hair. Scratch the 9, Extra Indie. And take out the 10, Whiskey Drinker. Number 3, Mizzen Millions, has an additional workout back on the 28th of June. 3 furlongs, 36.99 breezing. 4, 5, 9, and 10 are out of the fifth. In race number 6, scratch the 10, National Generaux, and take out the 13, Vorpal. 10 and 13 are both out of the sixth. Final thoroughbred event of the evening will happen in race number 7. 7 thoroughbreds tonight, 2 quarter horse dashes. In the 7th race, take out the 3, The Scent, the 9, Boss Down, and the 11, Midnight Royal. In race 7, scratch 3, 9, and 11. Late double features quarter horses dashing. In the 8th race, scratch number 7, Cyber Finale. And there's an additional workout for the 1, Political Ivy. Take out the 7 in race 8. The lucky last is race 9. Quarter horses close the show in the 9th. A couple of workouts, no scratches, no jockey changes in the 9th. On deck is Today at the Races featuring Jeff Madej and Angela Herman. Stay tuned.
Hey there, welcome to Canterbury Park. Beautiful night of racing here on a Wednesday. We've got quarter horse racing and thoroughbred racing, and it should be a very, I think, competitive card. I'm Jeff. This is Angela.
I am.
We're here to preview some of the things we've got going on. But you got in the door, and it's $5 beer night. On a hot night like this, I'd belly up to that bar, order one, drink it, have another, and then get going.
If I wasn't broadcasting right next to my supervisor for the night, I would do the same thing, but doesn't like it when I go grab one of those $5 beers on the clock, but you should go have one for me and go enjoy them. Like he said, it's a hot night tonight, but the special does not end anytime soon, so make sure that you pace yourself, but still take advantage of that on a night like tonight. It is a very hot one, and it looks like it's going to be hot for the next few days.
Yeah, it is. We've got 4 consecutive days, afternoons, evenings of racing.
Indeed.
So let's get you caught up here on the jockey standings. Harry Hernandez doubling up Fausto.
Right, and keep in mind that these are probably going to stay very close down here because there are some changes as far as the riders that we started the meet with versus what we have now. So there's going to be more mounts for these guys. Of course, Harry Hernandez is mounted, nearly every race, but he leads the way by 11. And I thought that maybe some of the pickup mounts that some of these have and some of the jock changes would come into play with tonight's races in the next couple of days because there's going to be some races coming back that we had on previously canceled days, and they can't ride everything. You know, if a new horse comes in and they need to ride that, there's going to be some changes, and that is going to make a big difference, at least in my handicapping. But there are no trainer switches that are involved with these races coming back, and Jose Silva Jr. with his abundant stable, usually going out in teams as opposed to individuals, lead the way over Tim Padilla, but Joel Byrne, Mac Robertson, Cody Rosine, all keeping things very tight on the front end of things. Only 5 separating these top 5.
Right. Silva won 3 last week. I think Mac won a couple, Byrne won a couple, Padilla won a couple, and Tim Padilla having one heck of a meet.
Indeed.
The alligator hunter. That's all we need to say. The alligator hunter.
I think he can start right off on this Wednesday card with a winner as well. We shall find out in about 19 minutes.
Quarter horses. Well, it didn't take long. Now we've got Fernando Fonseca Soto tied with Garcia and Alvidrez, who are those second two are Olmsted riders. Now last week we checked the standings. Olmsted was not leading, and then poof.
But a lot of that does have to do with that. Kind of the same thing that we talked about with the thoroughbred side of things. He usually has more than one horse. Just there's a lot of them down in Oklahoma. You have to really be strategic with the spots that you put all of those horses, but he does a very good job, and that's what leads to the record you see.
Yeah, he ran a bunch of them in the trials, and that makes a difference. But he makes this meet go, and he's won 9, 10 consecutive training titles. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, there we are, and that's a look at the standings. But like he mentioned, we have racing aplenty this week, and tomorrow is going to be one of our biggest nights of the season.
It is. It's the Fireworks Spectacular brought to you by Quick Trip. Now, gates will open tomorrow at 1:30 in preparation for our 4 p.m. first post. We're going to kind of flip things around. I believe the Qs run the quarter horses. They run first tomorrow.
They do.
And then we progress into a fantastic thoroughbred card. That gets done, 9-ish probably, and then we got about an hour break. Now, Boogie Wonderland, that's our band of choice for this event. They play throughout the night, but then they get an hour-long set after racing is done. Sun sets, it gets dark, the horses go back to their barns, and then here come the fireworks. And we visited with this guy this morning, Angela, Teddy P. and I. 1,900, I don't know what they call them. There's 1,900 things out there ready to shoot, and then there's like 2,500 what I call bangs during this show. It's pretty cool.
That's a lot of banging.
It is
for one
best.
Fireworks Spectacular. That's a lot of bang.
There's no better fireworks display in Minnesota.
It's true.
There just simply isn't. It is fantastic.
It really is spectacular, and we don't say that with hyperbole. It is awesome. Now, moving on to July 4th, we'll go back to day racing. That's right. We understand people have a lot of different places they like to go to celebrate the 4th of July and go for a different set of fireworks, so we will race early on. But we have hot dogs. We have wiener dogs. We have 4th of July festivities aplenty, even though we do our fireworks the night before. And it's a good way to start off the holiday. You know, you got the day off. You're looking for something warm to do with the kids. This is the perfect stop.
Right. Wiener dog racing as well. Hot dog eating contests. All sorts of fun things.
Oh, that hot dog eating contest. I don't know how you do it.
Just absolute, either you love it or you hate it. And we'll have food trucks throughout the facility, both on Thursday and on Friday. So really a lot of fun.
Yeah, if hot dogs aren't your thing, no, not to worry.
Yeah, a lot of families come out. So that's a good time. And then we come back on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
And and that's a 5 o'clock first post. We've got 7 races that night, and we'll kind of ease out of the week. But overall, the racing is, I think, top to bottom, really strong. And there's our calendar right there.
There it is, yeah. Starting today, we go from the evening to a little bit earlier to the afternoon and back to the evening, July 5th. What a day, right? Nothing too special about that day, but we do have racing to cap off our week at 5 p.m. Now, with all of this racing, you got to do a lot of handicapping, and sometimes it can be a little pricey to get those past performances or whatever you use, but not the case at Brisnet.com.
That's right. We've made, along with Brisnet, past performances for Canterbury free. That's right. The information is free. That's how you always hear people talking about or complaining about having to buy past performances. And yeah, I mean, that's just the way it works in this business, but we've made these PPs free. You just go on to Brisnet.com. You might set up an account, but there's no payment necessary, nothing like that. You just download the PPs and you handicap away.
Bing, bang, boom.
Yeah, it's pretty simple, and you can handicap and find winners for yourself. Speaking of winners, I think you've got one for the fans right now.
I'm going to do my best, and there is a scratch out of here. That was my fault in this dollar pick 3 that starts in race number 5. I'm going to start it off with Teardrop Tiara and Miss Escapade. That is the 1 and the 8 in race number 5. Teardrop Tiara is 5-1 on the morning line. I don't expect her to be too close to that, but I don't expect a very heavy favorite in that race. That's why I wanted to start a pick 3 in there, because I thought that the 6th was very wide open. I have 1, 8, and 9 in that spot. Remember, the 10 is out. Whiskey with You on the inside was a little bit interesting to me. I do have some speed horses more towards his outside, but Giano is my top pick, the 8 in there, and I think that he comes out of a very good race and could be a little left alone on the board just because he did race it against some toughies last time. And then my play of the night, and I will talk a little bit about this with an angle, is Bitterly, and that's in race number 7. And I won't get too much into that, but there is a big statistic that backs up what he's doing today, that being his trainer, Ryan Kenny. Very good with what he's doing with Bitterly, and we'll see if he can add to that winning total that he has.
Horses 15-1 on the morning line, and you don't just beat Hoot All Hoots. This is going to be a nice race, and what a single that is. I think could pay hundreds and hundreds of dollars for those prices.
I'll give it my best, but, if the pick 3 isn't quite your thing, if you want a bigger challenge, we got a pick 5 for you. That comes up in race number 2. 10% takeout is the lowest in the universe. 50-cent minimum. How do you top that?
Yeah, we had some monster pick 5s. In fact, earlier in the week, we had 2 carryovers. We had 3 carryovers. We have 2 pick 4s and a pick 5 carryover, and it was just prices galore. So it doesn't take much to get that carryover. It's been tough, though. Those were the first carryovers we had all meet, which is weird because we go with no carries to 3 in one day. We came back Sunday, and the pools were absolutely giant. But with that 10% takeout, that means we're taking less money off the top. That means more money goes back to the winners. So it does make a difference for horse players. The more you get back, the more you have to reinvest. So that's something that we've been doing now for a number of years. It works. It gets people involved in Canterbury's racing. We've got, I think, a really solid product and a great broadcast. People love playing it.
Well, right, and it's a 50-cent minimum wager, but that doesn't limit you to just one horse each race. Kevin and I will put out a ticket for that, and like you mentioned, the 10% takeout just means that sequence pays more back to you. And it wasn't all bombs. I mean, the ones that had the big payouts and the ones that caused the carryover weren't entirely bombs. There were some very logical horses mixed in there, and that is the fun of a pick 5. Now, that pick 3 that I did in race number 5 starts in the 5th, but the pick 5 ends before that. That's why I wanted to make a wager that encompassed a few different races with a price in there. But those are the horses that I like in the pick 5. I'll go through the entire ticket a little bit later. And remember, that starts in race number 2. And now we're 12 minutes away from race number 1. Looks like we got some horses saddled up.
See the horses being saddled in the paddock. We're going to go to Kevin Gorg shortly. I don't know who you have here, Ange. I now have the favorite, Lemon Meringue with Kelsey Hire aboard. This is actually, it's a short field, but I think top to bottom, you could make a case for almost any horse in this race. So it's a great way to start, I believe, the pick 4.
Well, yes, this does start the early pick 4. That was one of those carryovers that you alluded to. I have 86 Chevy. Anything that was born in 86 is right up my alley, but 86 Chevy is coming off a very tough race, and he's going back in with these condition claimers as opposed to those optional claimers he raced against last time. That was a tough go for him on the lead. I mean, he was towards the outside. It was a pretty quick pace, especially for 7 furlongs, and I think the inside draw, the fact that a few horses even to his right probably don't have his brand of speed might put him in a really good spot early. And I mean, we've watched Alonso Quinones win a lot of races wire to wire. I don't think he minds being on a horse that he can hit the gas right out of the gate and make them beat him. I don't think they will. So I definitely I went with 86 Chevy. I have Stuck in Snow in second. He's 4-1. I mean, he showed new life last time on a class drop, but he was dropping out of this condition of horses in half. So I took it 1 and 2. I did use Lemon Meringue in there, and he ran a pretty good horse to the level and further evidence down to the wire. But still, Lemon Meringue has had some similar finishes like that in the past. So he's a horse that I would probably use underneath at 3-2, but I would expect 86 Chevy to probably be the favorite by the time they go off, and Lemon Meringue a close second choice. But we still got somebody else that wants to take a look at these runners in the first, and now we are just 10 minutes away.
That's right. Horses are coming up out of the saddle enclosure into the walking ring. That means it's time to go to Kevin Gorg. He's 1/3 of the Steam team that includes Angela and our announcer Paul Allen. Kevin, are you out there?
Well, Jeff, yes, I am. And looking forward to the next 4 days of racing here at Canterbury. Some fantastic cards this week, including tonight, which is very tricky. I don't have the one, but I respect the angle that Ange is using, inside speed. I happen to think the bookenders might hook up here and could set it up for somebody that can sit just off. But certainly Tim Padilla, one of the real stories to me in the first half of the meet here, just done a fabulous job training horses. His go-to guy is Alonso Quinones. And that horse loves Canterbury. 86 Chevy certainly merits a long look. Stuck in Snow, Harry Hernandez stays right here. The class drop worked, absolutely cruised to victory. And look at this horse in the paddock. Just a beautiful specimen. Healthy looking coat, good muscle, ears north and south. Physically could not look any better. Stuck in Snow, to me, is a must-use if you're going to play that early pick 4. Number 3 right now is the biggest price, second biggest price on the board. That's Forsaken. In from Delta Downs, off since October. To me, that's the problem. But do note this. When Santiago Tranquilino sends horses to Canterbury, that first time they fire at Canterbury, they have been popping at prices. And I find it very interesting that Gallardo, who rode this horse the last time Forsaken ran at Canterbury, decides to ride here. 19-1 is juicy. Here's my top pick in the race with Jeff Madej. I like Lemon Meringue. I think this horse trips out. If the 1 and 6 do hook up early, this is the horse that should be sitting just off, at least on paper, ready to pounce. Back-to-back second-place finishes. An absolute aorta smasher last time out. Tony Rengsdorf, though, I think sitting on some wins right now. Kelsey Haar, love touting her horses. She'll give you a good ride each and every time. I'm going to try Lemon Meringue. Number 5 is Buckin' Again, longest shot on the board. Not impossible. The horse has speed. And I think maybe being a little bit overlooked here. 10-1 morning line. I expect this price to come down. This horse is not overmatched on paper. The problem I had is Buckin' Again wants to be up forward. So does 86 Chev, and so does Real Good Magic. But I think there is a path to victory for Buckin' Again if he can work out the trip. Another good-looking horse here is the 6. Wow, good-looking Chip Woolley product here. Real Good Magic, and the Chip Woolley barn last weekend was firing fresh. Good-looking horse here. Expect G-Rod to show some speed. Very, very competitive race, which is the trend here for the next 3 days of racing. Wide open races, big fields, great pick 4 and pick 5 sequences. And the lid lifter here, I think, tells a great story. You're going to probably have to spread a little bit if you're going to play the pick 4. We have all kinds of fun races throughout the week. Don't forget tomorrow, special post time, 4 o'clock, with the fireworks extravaganza sponsored by Quick Trip after the races. Here come the experts and their picks, pretty well spread out, which I think speaks to the quality of this first race. They'll be at the gate inside 8. Right now, we send them down the tunnel. They'll be on the track soon. And we'll get the call to the post for a big racing week, 4 consecutive days of racing here at Canterbury Park.
and to the fast main track for the first Wednesday at Canterbury Park. Pick 4 wagering on races 1, 2, 3, and 4. Welcome to our feature group, those here with Holiday Inn Express Shakopee. 5 minutes. Don't get shut out. The horses are at the starting gate, and it's post time for the first Wednesday at Canterbury Park. Welcome, those of you on track, those of you taking in the signal nationwide. Welcome to the 9-race Ditty. 4 o'clock Central Racing tomorrow, 1 o'clock Friday, 5 o'clock Saturday. Racing at Canterbury provided in part by Apple Autos, Maker's Mark, Tri-State Bobcat, Minnesota Lottery, Anheuser-Busch, Pepsi, John Deere, Jim Beam, Quick Trip, and the first, provided by Loeffler. 86 Chevy has gone in, 2-1. Lemon Meringue, 9-5. Stuck in Snow, and our leading rider. Bucking again. Forsaken for Team Tranquilino. Real Good Magic, last in. Here comes that six-pack. And they're racing. And the 4-day racing week began beautifully for all. Real Good Magic in search of 2 in a row. Forsaken with really good early speed. 86 Chevy goes on the engine to the inside of Lemon Meringue. Stuck in Snow is stuck in 5th, but only about 5 out of it. And about the same margin clear from Bucking again. Less than a half mile to travel. 3 and 4 race away from the rest. It is Forsaken by a half. Forsaken to the inside of Lemon Meringue, and actually outside of them, Real Good Magic makes it 3 in a line. 4 clear from 86 Chevy, who's pushed on. Then we come back to Stuck in Snow, and still nothing from Bucking again. About 10-11 out of it, around about the quarter pole in the first of 9 Wednesday at Canterbury Park. Forsaken at 30-1, still holding on. It is Forsaken now, given his head by Eddie G, and he's attempting to run away from Lemon Meringue. Outside of that, Real Good Magic jumping up and down. Nobody else of any consequence from here. Into the final football field, Forsaken keeps telling Lemon Meringue no, but now Lemon Meringue surges, and Lemon Meringue wins, beating that pesky long shot just in the shadow of the wire. Number 4, Lemon Meringue first. Forsaken second. Real Good Magic third. 86 Chevy fourth. 4-3-6-1 in 110.87. It's unofficial. And the first race is official. 2-1 shot prevails. Still big payoffs with exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering. $1 exacta, $66. The trifecta paid $163.80. And the 10-cent superfecta, $56.66. It was 4-3-6-1. That bet begins at a dime. Race number 2 is our first firm turf race. The rail is 20 feet out. Scratch numbers 2, Robo, and 9, Pepperjack. Pick 5 wagering on races 2 through 6 for just 50 cents. 20 minutes from now. Walking up to the winner's circle, Lemon Meringue and Kelsey Haar. Lemon Meringue is owned by Bold North Racing and the winning trainer, Tony Rengstorff. Race 2 at Canterbury Park, provided by Appalatos and Comcast Xfinity. Here comes a bell ringer. Thank you, Tony. Winning trainer Tony Rengstorff rings the bell, meaning at least $100 heads to the Canterbury Park Chaplaincy Backside Foundation. The ministry partners with other backside programs, providing essential resources to deliver services such as education, mental, and physical health support. Thank you very much, Tony Rengstorff, and thank everybody for ringing the bell. And they're racing. And the 4-day racing week began beautifully for all. Real Good Magic in search of 2 in a row. Forsaken with really good early speed. 86 Chevy goes on the engine to the inside of Lemon Meringue. Stuck in Snow is stuck in 5th, but only about 5 out of it. And about the same margin clear from Bucking Again. Less than a half mile to travel. 3 and 4 race away from the rest. It is Forsaken by a half. Forsaken to the inside of Lemon Meringue, and actually outside of them, Real Good Magic makes it 3 in a line. 4 clear from 86 Chevy, who's pushed on. Then we come back to Stuck in Snow, and still nothing from Bucking Again, about 10-11 out of it, around about the quarter pole in the first of 9 Wednesday at Canterbury Park. Forsaken at 30-1, still holding on. It is Forsaken now, given his head by Eddie G, and he's attempting to run away from Lemon Meringue. Outside of that, Real Good Magic jumping up and down. Nobody else of any consequence from here. Into the final football field, Forsaken keeps telling Lemon Meringue no, but now Lemon Meringue surges, and Lemon Meringue wins, beating that pesky long shot just in the shadow of the wire.
All right, we're 14 minutes away from race number 2. It is pick 5 time. Now 13 minutes. And in this pick 5, I had one scratch, but it made it into a $24 ticket. As you can see, not very wild and crazy on this end of it. I just went 1 and 4. I didn't think that Mr. Muldoon would take as much money as he is, and I still think that Wellsworth will be the favorite, but with very different trips, I expect one of these two to come home victorious. And then Heavenly Conveyance is my single in race number 3. He ran a winning race last time. He just ran into a nice horse. I think today, given the outside post, he should be double tough. Now in race number 4, I'm going to go 4 deep. You can see those in there. I went 2, 6, 7, and 8. Gypsy Wife is my top pick in there. But I took Sicilian Grandma in there for a little bit of speed. I just tried all different angles with that one because I thought that that was a pretty wide open event. I used Teardrop Tiara and Miss Escapade. And those are, of course, the first 2 horses that were in that pick 3 I mentioned earlier. And 1, 8, and 9 close out that ticket and make it $24. We're still 13 minutes away, though. You have time to make your own pick 5 tickets. For a little more advice on that, down in the paddock is Kevin Gorg.
Yeah, thank you, Angela. We've got such good racing here this week at Canterbury, and this pick 5 looks juicy. I think it's going to pay large. I'm playing it. You should too. And in this race, even though I respect the 2 horses that likely go favored, the 1 and the 4, I'm going to spread out a little bit. I think there's some value in this race. My top pick, though, will end up being the inside horse. It's in lukewarm fashion. I like Wellsworth. I don't love the horse. I just think there's a lot of talent in this race, but part of that talent involves a lot of speed from specifically the 2 horses to his outside. The 3 and 4 both like to go early. I think the pace will be honest, and I think Wellsworth can save all the ground, and I'm a very big fan of the way Fausto da Silva rides on the turf. He's extra patient. He'll save that ground, and if the pace is hot and he can work out a trip, I think Wellsworth's got a really big chance. The X factor in this race is the 3. I mentioned Lucky Smiles got speed. He's a talented horse. And he's entered next week in a turf sprint where he looks double live. So I'm a little surprised they didn't scratch here, knowing the depth of this field. But if they're in here, they're probably in here for a reason. And this horse is the son of Tappet, so the bloodlines say the horse can run all day, and we know he's fast. So Lucky Smile right now taking action at 3-1, kind of the X factor on the front end. What do we do with Mr. Muldoon? You talk about a talented racehorse for extreme racing. Mac Robertson trains. His go-to guy is Harry Hernandez. Just didn't fire last time, but didn't break sharply out of the gate. When he breaks sharply and he gets near the front, he's a monster. And last year on the turf, he was spitting out 91 buyer figures. So Mr. Muldoon's going to take some beating. I just have a feeling that the 3 and 4 are going to hook up at some point. And if they do hook up, will they be vulnerable when they turn for home? One of my sleepers I'm using on my pick 5 ticket is the 5. I'm going to try West Island on my tickets. Underneath here in the try, stalking speed, sneaky barn, and a horse that likes our turf course. West Island, if you go back to last August, ran a good second behind Lone Speed and Papa Rizzo. This horse has some quality to him, and I think he's going to work out a really good trip. If the 3 and 4 go, which on paper they might, this is the horse that could be sitting in that garden spot poised to pounce. Next in line in this very, very competitive race, and you look at this field top to bottom, it's got some humdingers. Pacific Theater's the 6. Comes off a really nice win on this turf course against Softer, but did so first time blinkers in a while, and boy, did he respond to the new shades. So off that open win, this horse is on the improve and is a very square price at 8-1. What a cool race to handicap. Don't sleep on Superwise. We got caught napping last time. And boy, did Gary Shear and Erica Murray take us to school at a price of 8-1. Closer, speed-filled race, enjoys this turf course. Keep an eye on Superwise. I think this horse, once again, will be rolling when they turn for home. 8 is Supreme Dominance. Betty Jo Williams gets the call for Nikki Goodwin. The turf form, we don't know much about it. Bred for it, but only 1 try on the grass. So dirt form's been just lukewarm lately. I'm going to take a wait-and-see approach there. And then way out on the outside, number 10 is McGeorge. Vergara gets the call here. Another horse with very limited data in terms of turf. The real problem for me, though, was the post. I do not like that post position one bit. We'll see if the speed backs up. Maybe the 10 can get a little piece at the end of the puzzle. 7.5 furlongs on a beautiful-looking turf course here. The pick 5 starts right now. We have had so many big payoffs in the pick 5. It's only 50 cents. The takeout at 10% is the lowest in the game. You got to play the pick 5 at Canterbury. The sequence today is double tough, and it starts right now with race number 2, which was coming up And coming at you next.
Happy Wednesday from the Winner's Circle, Canterbury Park. Before we get to race number 2, remember, we have cards going 24/7 here at the Canterbury Card Club, so we're going to play a little blackjack with Tim. So we have our lovely dealers here to deal out the cards. If you can beat the dealer, that's simple as that. You win a daily double pack. If you can't beat her, I get it. She's tough. We'll still give you a T-shirt for your efforts, but let's see what you started out with today. Show those cards to the camera. Not a bad start. You got a jack up. Now what does the dealer have? A 9. Okay. Would you like to show us your other card? Let's see what you got. Okay. You have a 12. Now, would you like to hit against the 9 or would you like to stay? He's going to hit. Ooh, all right. You can grab that 8. You have 20. The dealer shows a 9 up. Would you like to hit or would you like to stay? All right. He's going to stay on 20. Dealer, what do you got?
Okay, she has 16. She has to hit. Get her a hit. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You usually get them. You win today. Congratulations, Tim. You get a daily double pack. You get some admission passes to come back. You get a free bet. I have to ask you quick, though. Do you have a choice for race number 2 since you're hot with the cards?
Number 3, I heard. We got to go with number 3.
Okay, he likes Lucky Smile. Congratulations. Very nicely done. Maybe go make some real money in the card room. If you want to join him, we are dealing cards 24/7. You've got a couple minutes left to bet the second.
It is now post time into the gate for race number 2. Canterbury Park would like to wish a happy birthday to Victoria Lopez. One of our jockeys, Carlo Lopez's daughter, Victoria, celebrating her 6th birthday today. Happy birthday, Victoria Lopez. Rooting for Daddy's horse here, number 5, West Island. Wellsworth, 9-5, Mr. Muldoon, 6-5 in favored. One out, McGeorge, last in. Turf time. And they're racing. Pop beautifully for O and his staff. And Lucky Smile at 7-1 is smiling on the early lead, joined by Mr. Muldoon. Mr. Muldoon, the 1-2 favorite, relegated to second as Lucky Smile drifts out a couple of paths around the turn. Mr. Muldoon subsequently goes down to path 1, and the early pace is fast. West Island is about 3 lengths out of it, and to the inside of McGeorge, the bookender, Wellsworth is close handy, about 4 lengths from the front as that pace slows down a bit. And you have 5 now separated by 2 lengths as Pacific Theater aggressively splits runners to be off the heels of Mr. Muldoon, who runs away by 2. After that, we come back to Supreme Dominance, and that one's 7 lengths from the front, about to be joined to the inside by Wellsworth. And after that is Super Wise, looking to win 2 in a row. Now they're covered by 9 lengths off the far turn. Mr. Muldoon runs away by nearly 2 at 1-2. Round about the quarter pole, Mr. Muldoon, the one to catch and beat. Pacific Theater comes charging through to the inside of West Island. After that, Wellsworth now coming with his run on the outside. That's the one with the white blinkers drifting out. Mr. Muldoon, the one to catch. Wellsworth and Pacific Theater next. Mr. Muldoon has done enough to win. Excellent effort by Wellsworth, but not good enough to beat Mr. Muldoon. Number 4, Mr. Muldoon, does it in 128.29. Pretty good. Second, Wellsworth. Photo for the show. Eight, Supreme Dominance third. 6, Pacific Theater fourth. 4, 1, 8, 6. Official. Four's wild in the double. 4-4 double. $16. Third race. No scratches, no rider changes. Race time about 20 minutes from now. Courtesy of Anheuser-Busch. Don't forget tomorrow, Chacopee's most spectacular fireworks display. It's the Canterbury Park Quick Trip Fireworks Spectacular. Live music, ice-cold beer, hot dogs, comfortable seating for the fireworks display, and of course, live racing begins at 4 o'clock. CanterburyPark.com/events. To join us tomorrow for the fireworks extravaganza, it's ballyhooed. In the winner's circle, Mr. Muldoon and Harry Hernandez. The winning owners, Extreme Racing Stables, and the winning trainer, Mac Robertson. And they're racing. Pop beautifully for O and his staff. And Lucky Smile at 7-1 is smiling on the early lead, joined by Mr. Muldoon. Mr. Muldoon, the 1-2 favorite, relegated to second as Lucky Smile drifts out a couple of paths around the turn. Mr. Muldoon subsequently goes down to path 1, and the early pace is fast. West Island is about 3 lengths out of it, and to the inside of McGeorge, the bookender, Wellsworth is close handy, about 4 lengths from the front as that pace slows down a bit. And you have 5 now separated by 2 lengths as Pacific Theater aggressively splits runners to be off the heels of Mr. Muldoon, who runs away by 2. After that, we come back to Supreme Dominance, and that one's 7 lengths from the front, about to be joined to the inside by Wellsworth. And after that is Super Wise, looking to win 2 in a row. Now they're covered by 9 lengths off the far turn. Mr. Muldoon runs away by nearly 2 at 1-2. Round about the quarter pole, Mr. Muldoon, the one to catch and beat. Pacific Theater comes charging through to the inside of West Island. After that, Wellsworth now coming with his run on the outside. That's the one with the white blinkers drifting out. Mr. Muldoon, the one to catch. Wellsworth and Pacific Theater next. Mr. Muldoon has done enough to win. Excellent effort by Wellsworth, but not good enough to beat Mr. Muldoon.
Mr. Muldoon gets back into the winner's circle in race 2. A lot of late money to him, and he is your clear victor of the second. And we go on to the third. We'll go back to the main track. This is a race that was previously carded, now comes back on this beautiful Wednesday. It features Minnesota breds. This is an allowance group going 6 furlongs. And we'll start with the rail running BL's Concerto. BL's Concerto doesn't have a win over our main track. However, he did just knock out his maiden win 2 starts ago. That's a good thing. For some of these, their maiden win is far in the rearview mirror, but BL's Concerto has figured things out from off the pace. I'm sure he would appreciate a very quick tempo in front of him, and he might get that with the inclusion of Argent for Cars right next door. This horse has been most effective when leading the way, and that's what he did the entire way of his last race. That was a 7 furlong maiden in the beginning of June. And it almost looked like he was going to get passed up by Pastor Dave and then found another gear and cleared away that day. That was a very impressive effort. But now he's drawn to the inside of some other speed. He's cutting back just a little bit. And I thought that Argent for Cars might take a little bit more pressure early and late. So I did use him underneath. But you're getting 10-1. The 2 best prices by far reside on the inside. A little more money going to the horse right next door, Got Ghosted. And I will say, Got Ghosted's a little bit warm out here. He was saddled on the walk, and he is quite excited for his second start of the year. This will be his first on the dirt, and that's where he has scored both of his lifetime victories. However, both of those were in September of previous years. I thought Got Ghosted might be a horse that I'll be more interested in later in the season, just maybe after he gets a couple under his belt. He seems to be just a touch sharper, but he should show some speed in this spot at, again, 7-1. Win Trip is one of 2 for Mac Robertson's camp, and Win Trip has not been seen since last September. Of course, he is a Minnesota bred, no surprise there, but he's worked out something like a total of, I think, 9 or 10 times since last year, and his stablemate Johnny Up has had a lot of work since his last race. He's had just a lot more into him. Not sure if Win Trip just doesn't take as much to get fit again or what that is, but I did lean a little bit towards Johnny Up rather than him in this spot. Hard to separate them, though. They do bring similar races to the table when they are at their best. I just thought maybe off the shelf, Win Trip might not be quite there yet. Rhino de Grace right next door does have a start under his belt this year, but it was a sprint. This horse has been a little bit sharper when he goes longer, and Rhino de Grace doesn't have a whole bunch of speed. So thinking maybe with this one, I would give him maybe a look at a longer race. You do get 11-1, but Rhino de Grace is a good horse to use underneath. He will be coming late, and he might get enough pace to run it. I just didn't think that any of the speed in here would completely wear themselves out. Now, right next door is the aforementioned Johnny Up, and Johnny Up has not been out since Oaklawn in March. He wasn't quite as effective down there, but he really never has been. All of his lifetime victories have come in his home state of Minnesota, and Johnny Up should be coming from off the pace. He was razor sharp last year, more towards the end of the year, admittedly, but Johnny Up is another one that should be looking for some pace to run at. I think he'll get some in this spot, but both he and his stablemate, I thought, might benefit from a race in here, as opposed to a horse that had been running more recently, like the horse on the outside. Heavenly Conveyance is my top pick off a second place finish. It was in a similar setting to this one, and he does have speed to keep himself in the race. The outside running should keep him out of trouble, should. The price just shouldn't be very appealing, and right now that price is 2-1. We're 8 minutes away from race number 3. And in this one, you can bet win, play, show, exactas, tries, supers, doubles, and dollar pick threes. Nice little group of Minnesotans heads out to the track. But in the meantime, we still have 7 minutes, and you have a power play coming your way. Compliments of one Kevin Gore next.
And they walk onto the track now for the third race. No scratches, no rider changes, and they'll be to the gate about 5 minutes from now.
Welcome up to the studio here in the press box. Time for our sponsored Tri-State Bobcat Power Play selection of the night. It's going to be later in the card, and it's going to be a price. I really believe deep in this card there's some value, some gold in them there hills, as Paul Allen likes to say. Let's take a look at race 7, number 5, Double Echo. Here's a horse that did not fire last time on the turf. Didn't care for his turf debut. If you go back 2 starts to May 24th, when he won his first race over our main track, it was against softer competition, low-level maiden claimers, but it's the way he won that race that tells me he can come off this debacle on the lawn and fire fresh. Let's take a look back at how good this horse looked. And again, some horses love the dirt, some love the turf. They rarely love both. And Double Echo on this day, even though he's facing a field of maiden claimers, he looked like a horse that could step up and face winners on the dirt and do well. And the way he draws off, knowing tonight that he's likely going to get a pretty good trip off the speed, I think this horse at 6 or 7 to 1 offers some value. That's what we call crush mode, triple hammer lock. And yeah, he can step up tonight, and Double Echo can do more than double your money. Race 7 on the power play. Let's score together.
It's race time. Into the gate for race number 3. As they line up along the chain link fence at New Restaurant Boardwalk Kitchen and Bar. Excellent viewing experience for a 6-furlong race. As they move into the gate, you'll see the restaurant patrons align the chain-linked fence, probably a good 10-12 feet from the starting gate and post number 1, where BL's Concerto has gone in. Our June for Cars, Rhino to Grace. Heavenly Conveyance, 8-5 in favor. 2 back, Johnny up. And Heavenly Conveyance. And they're racing, and they've broken a line. Win Trip looks to win with a trip on the early lead, and Win Trip jumps the field. Our June for Cars is fast to the inside in search of 2 in a row. Heavenly Conveyance is on the move to the outside of Win Trip, who's now between runners. BL's Concerto right behind the leading 3 to the inside. Got Ghosted between them. Outside of that 3, Rhino to get Grace, and Johnny Up's about to make it a line of 4, just 6 lengths from front to back. And Our June for Cars leads it from Heavenly Conveyance. Our June from Cars kicks away by 1, Heavenly Conveyance. After that, BL's Concerto, Win Trip shoved on. Then it's Rhino to Grace. Johnny Up pushed on hard, very, very wide. Got Ghosted is running on from 7 lengths out of it. And they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Our June for Cars, Heavenly Conveyance jumping up and down between them, BL's Concerto. Then it's Got Ghosted to the outside with Win Trip inside the final football field. The one scoring the touchdown for a second consecutive time. Our June for Cars. BL's Concerto second, Heavenly Conveyance third. Number 2, Our June for Cars first in a fast 110.91. BL's Concerto second at 80-1. Heavenly Conveyance beaten favorite in third, then Got Ghosted 2-1, 7-3. It's unofficial. The third race is cashable. Two in a row for our June for Cars. The winning rider, Eduardo Gallardo, and the winning trainer, Edgar Espinosa. The winning owner of our June for Cars, Gayatri Rampadarit, and the winner was bred in Minnesota by the winning owner. He is a 3-year-old dark bay son of Eye of the Leopard out of Simran. Gayatri has rung the bell. Thank you very much. Helps the grooms and the backsiders a lot. At least $100 to the Canterbury Chaplaincy Backside Foundation. Don't forget to head to the bookkeeper's office to fill out the paperwork, and thank you very much. Yeah, and they're racing, and they've broken a line. Win Trip looks to win with a trip on the early lead, and Win Trip jumps the field. Our June for Cars is fast to the inside in search of 2 in a row. Heavenly Conveyance is on the move to the outside of Win Trip, who's now between runners. BL's Concerto right behind the leading 3 to the inside. Got Ghosted between them. Outside of that 3, Rhino to get Grace, and Johnny Up's about to make it a line of 4, just 6 lengths from front to back. And Our June for Cars leads it from Heavenly Conveyance. Our June from Cars kicks away by 1. Heavenly Conveyance. After that, BL's Concerto. Win Trip shoved on. Then it's Rhino to Grace. Johnny Up pushed on hard, very, very wide. Got Ghosted is running on from 7 lengths out of it. And they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Our June for Cars. Heavenly Conveyance jumping up and down between them. BL's Concerto. Then it's Got Ghosted to the outside with Win Trip inside the final football field. The one scoring the touchdown for a second consecutive time. Our June for Cars. BL's Concerto second. Heavenly Conveyance third.
Okay, we're ready to go here in the paddock for race number 4 on a beautiful night, firm turf course. Johnny the Mouse Mickelson down here inspecting his 4 horses he's alive to in the pick 4. Always fun when the Mouse is alive in one of those horizontal sequences. So good luck to Johnny the Mouse, and good luck to you if you're alive in the pick 4. We're right in the heart of a pick 5 that starts with an upsetter. Heavenly Conveyance, 2-5, the steam horse. Does not get it done. So maybe that pick 5 now, a couple legs in, could be a juicy one. I'm on Rolling Blackout here, the one horse. I really like the way she won last time out. Now, horses that are 3 for 33 don't often repeat, but the way she did it last time was so impressive. Inside post at a very tricky distance. 1 mile and 70 yards is really a 3-turn race. So with that extra turn out of the chute, inside posts have a huge advantage in my opinion, and I think the inside 2 here could dominate. I'm going to try Rolling Blackout with Constantino Roman in the saddle. Number 2, Gypsy Wife, is 100% the horse to beat. This 8-year-old mare loves Canterbury. She's been on our turf 9 times. She's hit the trifecta 7 of those 9 times. She has good closing kick. With that post, I think she'll be a little closer to the front end, and if she gets a clean trip, I think she's going to be a handful. She's looking now for her 3rd consecutive win here this season. Number 3 is With Her Boots On. Carlo Lopez gets the call from Miguel Angel Silva. Remember that name, because every single summer we watch Miguel Angel Silva come in here and bring long shots home. This one's a big long shot at 30-1. Jeff Madej and Superstats Dave both are on the 4, Miss Carmen Sebo. This is noteworthy. And by the way, Mouse has this horse in his pick 4, and it's paying over $800. So this gets exciting. It's Kelsey Haar. It's 3rd off the shelf. It's a great trainer in Tony Rengsdorf, who we've seen win already tonight. And it's a horse that I think could get a really fair trip right out there near the front end. And Kelsey, if she's in the fight, turning for home, is tough to beat. I think this is a really interesting long shot at 9-1. Number 6 is Fall Moon. Double H. Harry Hernandez gets the call. Square 4-1 price. Chip Woolley's barn's going well right now. If you like a horse on the turf that starts slow but can finish strong, you're going to like Fall Moon. This sucker is always in the mix and always seems to come with a run. If you're building a trifecta or superfecta, I don't know how you leave the horse off your tickets. Number 7 is taking significant wagering action. This is the Minnesota bred Hurricane Hunter. G-Rod gets the call here. The pesky part for me is this. 18 starts on our turf, 8 for 18 in the trifecta is cool, but 1 win in those 18 starts. She's a horse that likes to lay back early and make 1 run. She just doesn't win often enough for me. So in my opinion, try her super, knock yourself out. But a win bet right now at 3-1 seems ambitious, in my opinion. Number 8 is the Grandma, Sicilian Grandma. Leslie Mowing gets the call, and they teamed up for a 7-1 win last time. That was on the main track. Now we're on the turf, where she's run 3 times, and she's never hit the ticket. Number 10 is Desert Glow. Outside of the post position, I think this horse is very playable. I do not like the post, but I really like the horse. Fair price at 9-1. Gallardo's a terrific pilot. She's got some speed, so I think she'll be out there closer to the front. And if Gallardo works out a trip, I'm telling you, on paper, she is more than capable of beating a field just like this. 2 of her 4 career wins are on this turf course. So you've been warned a little bit on a sneaky long shot. Number 11 is Warrior Lady, another horrific post position, but a horse that the last couple times out was hinting at some good things. Been laid off for a while and shows some really nice workouts for Ruben Fuentes. So some mixed signals there, but you're certainly going to get a good price right now at near 20-1. What a fun betting race this is. It's a pick 4 closer for the Mousse, and it's a great betting opportunity for you. It's 1 mile and 70 yards. Fillies and mares are going to be doing battle, and they'll be at the gate in around 8. And then they're going to get it on.
Alrighty now, heading to the turf for the fourth race. Scratch numbers 5 and 9. Race 4, scratch numbers 5 and 9. Pick 4 wagering for only 50 cents on races 4 through 7.
Race number 4 is up next, but we're going to take a little further look into the card. And in a rare moment, the angle is going to face off with the power play in race number 7. I'm going to take a closer look at Bitterly. Bitterly is right here. These are his lifetime past performances, and you'll note that the only win that he has, his maiden score, was sprinting on the dirt. Now, most of the rest of his career, he's been on the turf, and Bitterly's been doing fine. He's been showing speed, but he is going to get back to doing this today, and that's important to me because of Ryan Kenny, and this is a very good move for him. To start things out, this is just some stats for moving horses from the turf to the dirt. This is Ryan Kenny for the last 5 years. It's not bad. 7 wins from 45 starters. That's a solid 16%. But let's refine that just a little bit more. When he moves them from turf to dirt, and he cuts them back, moving from routes to sprints. I know it's a little small, but he is 7 for 18, 39%. Now, if you want to narrow that down even further, they've all been in the last 2 years. 7 for 10, cutting horses back while making a surface switch, and this one should be a healthy price. That is why the angle of the day is Bitterly in the 7th. Good luck.
They're at the gate. It's race time, turf time, as they move in line.
Tell Harry what you're going to do, too, so he doesn't panic.
Rolling blackout.
Yes, I'm serious. She's notorious for throwing her head. We're going to try it.
Gypsy Wife. Fall Moon. With their boots on. Hurricane Hunter and Sicilian Grandma. Miss Carmen Sebo to the center. To back, Desert Glow and Warrior Lady. All in, turf time. And they're racing. Slow beginning for With Her Boots On. Swift beginning for Miss Carmen Sebo. That's the one next to the rail. And Miss Carmen Sebo picks it up to join Fall Moon and Sicilian Grandma to the outside. After that, about 2.5, 3 lengths back to Desert Glow to the outside of Hurricane Hunter, swirling along 7 lengths from the front as they corner. And as they corner, Fall Moon's having a tough time around that corner. Very, very hard to handle for the leading man. Now, Fall Moon settles down, but has given up the lead to Miss Carmen Sebo. It appears something with the right rein has gone amiss for Harry Hernandez with Fall Moon between them. Sicilian Grandma joins 3 wide up the barn side. Hurricane Hunter tracks in 4th, but sequestered to the inside of Desert Glow. After that, we come back to Gypsy Wife to the outside, beginning to advance, but doing so wide. Rollin' Blackout Trap 6 lengths from the speed, 2.5, 3 clear from Warrior Lady, and the one in last is With Her Boots On, 9 lengths from the front. Fall Moon an inch. Sicilian Grandma pressures to the outside. Miss Carmen Sebo next to the rail, and Gypsy Wife continues to make up ground 3 wide. Right behind that one, Rollin' Blackout. Roman just took that one from the rail to the outside, and Rollin' Blackout's full of run, and here they come. Rollin' Blackout, holy cow, with a big move. Rollin' Blackout and Gypsy Wife now cut together. AC Doocy with Hurricane Hunter on the inside. Rollin' Blackout, Gypsy Wife. Couple of 2-to-1 shots to the line together. Gypsy Wife wins. 2-1-7 in race 4. The Deuce, Gypsy Wife, first. 2-1-7-6. And the fourth race is official. The first pick for today, $129 and a nickel. Race number 5, just about 20 minutes from now. And back to the fast main track for race number 5 as the victorious Gypsy Wife receives a well-deserved bath for her toil. In the 5th race, scratch numbers 4, Mia is Short, and 5, Whimsical Air. Also scratch numbers 9, Extra Indie, and 10, Whiskey Drinker. 4, 5, 9, and 10 out of race number 5. The 5th race is provided by Pepsi, the official soft drink provider of Canterbury Park, and John Deere. That's 3 wins in a row for Gypsy Wife, the winning rider, Daniel Vergara. Gypsy Wife is owned and trained by Isaiah Ortiz. Behold the streaking mare. And they're racing. Slow beginning for With Her Boots On. Swift beginning for Miss Carmen Sebo. That's the one next to the rail. And Miss Carmen Sebo picks it up to join Fall Moon and Sicilian Grandma to the outside. After that, about 2.5, 3 lengths back to Desert Glow to the outside of Hurricane Hunter, swirling along 7 lengths from the front as they corner. And as they corner, Fall Moon's having a tough time around that corner. Very, very hard to handle for the leading man. Now, Fall Moon settles down, but has given up the lead to Miss Carmen Sebo. It appears something with the right rein has gone amiss for Harry Hernandez with Fall Moon between them. Sicilian Grandma joins 3 wide up the barn side. Hurricane Hunter tracks in 4th, but sequestered to the inside of Desert Glow. After that, we come back to Gypsy Wife to the outside, beginning to advance, but doing so wide. Rollin' Blackout trap 6 lengths from the speed, 2.5, 3 clear from Warrior Lady, and the one in last is With Her Boots On, 9 lengths from the front. Fall Moon an inch. Sicilian Grandma pressures to the outside. Miss Carmen Sebo next to the rail, and Gypsy Wife continues to make up ground 3 wide. Right behind that one, Rollin' Blackout. Roman just took that one from the rail to the outside, and Rollin' Blackout's full of run, and here they come. Rollin' Blackout, holy cow, with a big move. Rollin' Blackout and Gypsy Wife now cut together. AC Doocy with Hurricane Hunter on the inside. Rollin' Blackout, Gypsy Wife. Couple of 2-to-1 shots to the line together. Gypsy Wife wins. 2-1-7 in race 4. For the best sandwiches in the upper Midwest, stop by Bo Diddley's. We have one on level 1 here at Canterbury, and also a store in Eden Prairie. Stop by Bo Diddley's for the best sandwich you've ever had. to 1, still holding on. It is Forsaken now, given his head by Eddie G, and he's attempting to run away from Lemon Meringue. Outside of that, Real Good Magic jumping up and down. Nobody else of any consequence from here. Into the final football field, Forsaken keeps telling Lemon Meringue no, but now Lemon Meringue surges, and Lemon Meringue wins, beating that pesky long shot just in the theater. Comes charging through to the inside of West Island. After that, Wellsworth now coming with his run on the outside. That's the one with the white blinkers drifting out. Mr. Muldoon, the one to catch. Wellsworth and Pacific Theater next. Mr. Muldoon has done enough to win. Excellent effort by Wellsworth, but not good enough to beat Mr. Muldoon. Is running on from 7 lengths out of it, and they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Our June for Cars, Heavenly Conveyance jumping up and down, between them BL's Concerto. Then it's Got Ghosted to the outside with Wind Trip inside the final football field. The one scoring the touchdown for a second consecutive time. Our June for Cars. BL's Concerto second, Heavenly Conveyance third. The rail to the outside, and Roland Blackout's full of run, and here they come. Roland Blackout, holy cow, with a big move. Roland Blackout and Gypsy Wife now cut together. AC Doocy with Hurricane Hunter on the inside. Roland Blackout, Gypsy Wife, couple of 2-to-1 shots to the line together. Gypsy Wife wins. 2-1-7 in race 4.
Welcome back to the paddock. We get set now for the back half of the card. Don't forget, tomorrow, one of the most important days on the racing calendar, July 3rd at Canterbury. Such a fun tradition. Expect 15 to 20,000 fans. Expect some wonderful music on the grandstand apron, and of course the best fireworks in Minnesota somewhere around 9:30, 10 o'clock tomorrow night. It is such a cool night. Make plans to be here. First post special time tomorrow. At 4 o'clock, we come back on Friday with our 4th of July Bonanza with a 1 o'clock start. And then Saturday, we're back to a 5 o'clock start. So 4 days of racing. I've looked at the cards. They are really, really challenging. Big fields, big opportunities. Make plans, again, to be out here. Fireworks tomorrow should be awesome. We'll see you for that 4 o'clock start. Now, let's handicap the back half of the card. 7 furlong race. Really cool one to handicap. Some horses that are stretching out, and some, like my top pick, that are on the cutback. I like number 1 here. I like Teardrop Tiara. Zeke Lara gets the call for Joe Roberts. Ran a sneaky good race last time. Likes to be closer to the front. Had to make up ground. Couldn't do it that particular day. But from the inside at this quirky 7 furlong distance, I know this horse can go all that ground, and I think might be a little closer today. I'm not sure the horse will be on the lead. I don't think the horse will be too far back. The horse next door, though, has tons of early speed, and she looks good down here. She's bouncing around in the paddock. This is GG's Map for Emerald Bay Stables. G-Rod gets the call for Wade Rarick, and last time out did all the dirty work early. It's called Speed and Fade. We're third time off the layoff. We're second time back at her hometown track, and I do think this horse, off what she looks like in the paddock, could be a problem here today. Number 3 is Mizzen Millions. Leslie Mowing rides for Ty Garrett. The blinkers come on, so we're donning the hood for this. Likes to lay back, but maybe with the blinkers going on, might be a little closer today and 10-1. Number 6 is Miss Gold. Kelsey Haar gets the call for Tony Rengsdorf. Ran against the really tough Sicilian Grandma last time. This is a drop-in class, has some stalking speed, and I like how Kelsey Haar rides in these 7-furlong races. She gets her horse into the race. I think that's critical, especially on a horse like Miss Gold, who's run at longer distances. If you can get the horse into the race a little earlier, I think the horse will have no problem covering the 7-furlong distance. 7 was taking early betting action. This is a little bit tipsy, looking to leave them punch drunk with Eduardo Gallardo riding for Valerie Lund. 2 starts on our main track with 1 win on it. Last 2 turf races weren't very good, so I like the move back to dirt, where she's been a more productive racehorse. And again, always watch that early money, and it's been pouring in on the 7, who also makes a very nice impression here in the paddock. Number 8 is Harry Hernandez mount. This is Miss Escapade. Patrick Fields conditions. And, last time out, chased some pretty good horses and hung in there real nicely for 3rd. Looks like a horse that's got the form cycle going in the right direction. The only concern I had is with this 7-furlong distance and how that turn is constructed, Double H going to have to work out a trip and not get hung out 3-4 wide and try to save some ground. Fun race to handicap. We're small on numbers, but big on potential. Who do you like? Race number 5, right in the middle of the card. A pivot point, as it might be. Good luck with your bets. They'll be at the gate inside 10 minutes. Right now, the call to the post. You're enjoying racing right out here at beautiful Canterbury Park.
Hello again from the winner's circle. We're just about at halftime for the night, and we got some stuff to give away. I mean, we got cars, we have horses, and we have food. The Taste of Canterbury is bringing wings and whiskey to the table on July 12th, and I've got a lucky guy over here that's going to try to win himself a pair of tickets to that event. Tell us, what's your name? Where are you from?
My name is Brian, and I'm from Eagan, Minnesota.
I could have guessed that maybe by the back of your hat, but we in Eagan know a lot about wings, so you should be able to get this right. We're going to put this question up on the tote board. 4 answers. You pick the right one. Bam. You're going to be at Wings and Whiskey. Sound good?
Sounds fantastic.
All right. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Sorry about that. Taste of Canterbury. What is the biggest day for eating chicken wings in America? Is it A, the 4th of July? Is it B, Labor Day? C, Super Bowl Sunday? Or D, National Chicken Wing Day? If you got a suggestion, you can feel free to shout it out. I am hearing a lot of C's. I don't know, Brian. A lot of Super Bowl wing. People putting together Super Bowl and the wings. What do you think?
Well, I feel like National Chicken Wing Day is probably the one that's trying to trick me into the answer. 4th of July, hot dogs, hamburgers. I'm going C, final answer.
Okay, with confidence, C, final answer, Super Bowl Sunday. Is that the correct answer? Yes, of course, it's Super Bowl Sunday. Fine work, and good process of elimination, too. We're going to see you at Wings and Whiskey. Nice work, Brian.
Thank you for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
All right, you want to learn a little more about wings? I guess you can talk to him, but if you want to come try some of ours, get your tickets today for Wings and Whiskey.
It's post time. Into the gate for race number 5. The distance of 7 furlongs. And they're racing. And from the inside, GG's Map puts the eye on the prize on the early lead. And GG's Map opens up by 4. Right behind that one is Miss Gold. Now 5 lengths behind the tearaway speed, GG's Map. And it's Miss Gold 4 lengths in arrears with a little bit tipsy next to that one. Miss Escapade outside of them. 2.5, 3 lengths behind that to Mizzen Million. 7 lengths behind GG's Map. Then a big gap back to the trailer. Teardrop Tiara. About 13 covers them, and they're still chasing GG. It's GG's Map and G-Rod leading it by 2.5. Miss Escapade is in second and on the move to the outside of a little bit tipsy. Then we come back to Miss Gold, shoved on going the wrong way. Teardrop Tiara at even money is beginning to close in fast from behind. Teardrop Tiara now all the way up to a joint third. That's the one on the move. Chasing GG's Map, who has run away from Miss Escapade. And Teardrop Tiara is the one to fear from here. Into the final furlong, GG's Map and the heavily favored Teardrop Tiara. GG's Map still leads it with a football field to go. Teardrop Tiara cuts the lead from a half to a neck to a nose. And there she goes, right into the winner's circle. Number 1, Teardrop Tiara, first. Second, 2, GG's Map. Photo for the show. The numbers, 1, 2, 3, 7. The 5th race is official. Into the winner's circle, Teardrop Tiara and Zeke Lara. The winning owner, Cecil Peters, and the winning trainer, Joe Blair Roberts. Race number 6 is on the Canterbury Park turf course. Scratch numbers 10 and 13. National Genero and Vorpal out. Post time for race number 6, 22 minutes from now. And they're racing. And from the inside, GG's Map puts the eye on the prize on the early lead. And GG's Map opens up by 4. Right behind that one is Miss Gold. Now 5 lengths behind the Tearaway Speed, GG's Map. And it's Miss Gold 4 lengths in arrears with a little bit tipsy next to that one. Miss Escapade outside of them. 2.5, 3 lengths behind that to Mizzen Million. 7 lengths behind GG's Map. Then a big gap back to the trailer. Teardrop Tiara. About 13 covers them, and they're still chasing GG. It's GG's Map and G-Rod leading it by 2.5. Miss Escapade is in second and on the move to the outside of a little bit tipsy. Then we come back to Miss Gold, shoved on, going the wrong way. Teardrop Tiara at even money is beginning to close in fast from behind. Teardrop Tiara now all the way up to a joint third. That's the one on the move, chasing GG's Map, who has run away from Miss Escapade. And Teardrop Tiara is the one to fear from here. Into the final furlong, GG's Map and the heavily favored Teardrop Tiara. GG's Map still leads it with a football field to go. Teardrop Tiara cuts the lead from a half to a neck to a nose. And there she goes, right into the winner's circle.
All right, we're back in the paddock. Angela Herman, Kevin Gorg with you to handicap a really, really fun race. I thought, Ange, of all the races tonight, this might have been the best betting race on the card. We look for big tries, big supers. This has potential.
Well, and this one came back with some different members from the original group, but it looked like you said, quite the puzzle, and we do have some scratches in here. A big one in the 10. Also take out the also eligible 13 in here. Let's dig right into it, because one of the horses that I did use on my ticket, and one who I think probably will go off at a little bit lower price than he would have been originally, is Whiskey With You on the inside. And Whiskey With You last time, I mean, he was at the back the entire way, but he had to swerve to get around a horse that fell in that race. So you can take that one and probably dismiss it. Anything prior to that would fit pretty well with these, and I think that he has more speed than he showed in his most previous races. Harry Hernandez should get that out of him, if I could only speak. And Whiskey With You, I know, makes a lot of sense in this group. I just think that he probably won't be the 8-1 that he was morning line.
No, I don't think he'll be 8-1, but I think he'll be 5 or 6-1. And I like your point about the troubled trip last time and ran against a good one in North Arm Bay. So I think the 2 clearly is going to show a lot of speed. And I think the 1 could fall into a really nice press and pounce spot, saving every ounce of ground. And certainly without a chance here, 9-1 on the board. The real shocker to me right now is the price on the 2. I don't get this. We've got the common man's kid out here, Deuce, and he's been betting the 2, and he just had his heart broken in the most recent race, number 5. And I can't talk the Deuce off the speed. I think chasing the 1 with the Q has a huge chance, and I don't know how this horse is 8-1.
I just think the presence of Toro forward in here probably gives you a cause for pause, maybe with chasing the 1. But they are pretty far apart in the gate. So if they are going to duel, it's going to take a lot of effort from the outside to go up and duel with chasing the 1. I still think it's going to happen. And even though he did break his maiden on the turf up here, the turf races since then been a little bit different. Even though they've been at Tampa, I still think that he has his work cut out for him if he's going to try to wire these. Now, Hey Moon right next door tried the turf up here for the very first time last time. It was a good race. He got moved up to second. That was the aforementioned race where there was a spill. But Hey Moon did all right on the front end. He just couldn't get closer than a length, and he just ran kind of an even race around there. See, he somehow gets the lead. This is another horse that likes to be close and should be a good price.
I wrote a couple days ago when I handicapped this card, the 2 things I wrote were can't toss, and at 18-1, I think that's a nice horse to mix in underneath. I don't like the 3 to win. I think the 3 can hit the ticket on the try or super at a big price. Jeff Bidet is bullish on the 4, Mansoura, and I'm going to be totally honest with you and the betting public. I don't see it, but the horse is getting bet 9-1.
Well, and they went back and saw Mansoura. Mansoura just doesn't have a bunch of speed in recent times. I mean, he has shown speed in the past, and that was the most effective method that he used. I mean, he broke his maiden wire to wire, but that was at Louisiana. That was last July. He just hasn't looked quite the same, but he looks very good down here in the paddock.
Looks fantastic.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he rebounds in a big way. It would just take a little bit more recently as far as speed goes for me to put him in the mix.
We're running out of time as the horses are leaving us. The 5 is Cat Trick, who's also got speed, which I think doesn't make this race very easy for that long shot. The 6 might be camera shy, but on paper, Ange, I think the horse can hit the ticket.
Well, and has some speed to put in the mix. He's being a little tough down here in the paddock, but he looks all right. The horse just behind him, Touches Zen, has to make a trip for himself, as he usually likes to come from pretty far off the pace. I think he'll have pace to run down, but I was just more interested in a horse like the one right behind him, Giano, that can keep himself a bit closer. Carlo Lopez knows him fairly well, and last time they were only a length off Wellsward, a horse that I know you liked quite a bit today. I like a horse named Max's Map later on. Giano finishing just behind them made him my top pick in here, and right now, 4-1. I think that's about as good as I thought I was going to get, but Toro Forward is your choice in here, just to his right.
I don't like 9-5. I think the horse is going to have to work hard with the 2 in here. If the horse drifts up to 5-2, I could be tempted to make a win bet, but I'm going to use the horse in all slots in my tries and supers. 11 and 12 are both outsiders. The horses have left the paddock. All I can tell you is this. We've seen big prices all year long on our turf. The biggest trifectas and superfectas are in grass races, and we've seen bombs in those races, and we've seen bombs tonight. We had a horse pay $80 to place about an hour ago. So if you like a number, if you like a name, if you like a horse, don't let the odds talk you off the equine athlete. Supers and tries have been giant. Turf racing is next. It's race number 6. Go get it. Good luck.
Onto the track, then the firm turf course for race 6, scratch numbers 10 and 13. Just about 5 minutes. Get your wagers in now. 5 minutes. Attention players, the blinkers number 3, Hey Moon, is wearing during the post parade will be removed at the gate. That's number 3, Hey Moon, warming up with blinkers. They will be removed at the starting gate. Race number 6 provided by Kim Crawford, the official partner of Canterbury's Uncorked Concerts in the Park, and also Hormel, a longtime sponsor of CBY. They're at the gate. It's post time. Post time for race number 6. To the turf course. Giano, 2-1. Toro Forward, 2.5 to 1. Chasing the 1, 5 to 1. Top 3 win wagering choices as Touch of Zen moves in, joined by Hemoon, Mansoura, Giano, Toro Forward, Catrick, Candy's Chrome, and Vesties. The final 2 in line. Candy's Chrome. The 2 longest shots on the board, the last 2 to load. Giano, 2.5 to 1. Toro Forward, 3 to 1. Chasing the 1, down to 3.5 to 1. With some coercion, Candy's Chrome edges forward and is in. And now Vesties and Victor Santiago. Race number 6, Canterbury Park. And they're racing. Hey Moon at 14 to 1 out fast. Chasing the 1 is the one they're going to chase. Chasing the 1 gets the lead and is sole alone up front. After that, Toro Forward. That's the white horse to the outside of Giano. Next to the rail is Minnesotan Catrick. And as they corner, the pace is kind of hot. They're separated already by about 17 lengths. And Chasing the 1 it has opened a 2.5 length lead on Giano. Then we come back to Touch of Zen, about 10 lengths out of it. 5-6 clear from Whiskey With You, who's 2.5 clear from Vesties. After that, we have Mansoura, third last. Limited Heat Wave next to that one. The one in last is Candy's Chrome. Up the barn side, they're still chasing that deuce. It's Chasing the 1 and Q leading at 1.5. Giano poised to pounce in second, cutting into the margin. Stride by stride, cutting it to 1. 5 lengths behind that, Hey Moon. After that, it's Catrick. Then we come to Touch of Zen Zen beginning to run on at 11-1. Touch of Zen on the move. Chasing the one. Still the one to catch. Giano and Lopez ship all in. Meanwhile, Touch of Zen continues to circumnavigate about 7 lengths from the lead. And the lead belongs to Chasing the one. Here comes Touch of Zen with a rush to the outside. Giano re-emerges. Hey Moon is between them. It's Chasing the one and Touch of Zen. Zen, 1-1, Zen. Touch of an upset in race 6. It is Touch of Zen at 11-1. Number 7, Touch of Zen, ran first. 2, Chasing the one second. And a photo for the rest. Final time for the mile, fast, 134.86. We also had a $15,000 claim in race 6. Stand by. The numbers 7, 2, 8, 3. Number 8, Giano, was claimed for $15,000. The new trainer, Ruben Fuentes, for Rocket Wrench Racing. Giano shifts Barnes after a $15,000 claim. The new conglomerate, Fuentes Revac. Race 6 official. Into the winner's circle, Touch of Zen and Constantino Roman. It's a double play for Ruben Fuentes. Fuentes Racing owns Touch of Zen, and Ruben is the winning trainer. Touch of Zen at 11 to 1. The pick 5 paid 1,453. Our pick 5 with the Nation Low takeout, 1,453. Congratulations. 3 to go. The 7th takes off about 22 minutes from now. And race number 7 is on a fast main track. Scratch numbers 3, 9, and 11. Post time right around 8:10. Canterbury Park, and they're racing. Hey, Moon at 14 to 1 out fast. Chasing the 1 is the one they're going to chase. Chasing the 1 gets the lead and is sole alone up front. After that, Toro forward. That's the white horse to the outside of Giano. Next to the rail is Minnesotan Catrick. And as they corner, the pace is kind of hot. They're separated already by about 17 lengths. And chasing the 1, it has opened a 2.5 length lead on Giano. Then we come back to Touch of Zen, about 10 lengths out of it. 5, 6 clear from Whiskey With You, who's 2.5 clear from Besties. After that, we have Monsora, third last. Limited Heat Wave next to that one. The one in last is Candy's Chrome. Up the barn side, they're still chasing that deuce. It's chasing the 1 and Q leading at 1.5. Giano poised to pounce in second, cutting into the margin. Stride by stride, cutting it to 1. 5 lengths behind that, Hey Moon. After that, it's Catrick. Then we come to Touch of Zen beginning to run on at 11 to 1. Touch of Zen on the move, chasing the 1, still the 1 to catch. Giano and Lopez ship all in. Meanwhile, Touch of Zen continues to circumnavigate about 7 lengths from the lead, and the lead belongs to chasing the 1. Here comes Touch of Zen with a rush to the outside. Giano re-emerges. Hey Moon is between them. It's chasing the 1 and Touch of Zen. Zen 1, 1, Zen. Touch of an upset in race 6. It is Touch of Zen at 11 to 1.
Well, a nice upset there in Touch of Zen in race number 6. We've now come to the final thoroughbred race on the card. 2 great quarter horse dashes at the end of the card. And as I've mentioned a couple times tonight, tomorrow is a 4 o'clock start. Fireworks somewhere between 9:30 and 10 o'clock. Live music. And it's the most energetic and biggest crowd of the season. And I'm telling you right now, if you haven't been out here for the 3rd of July, the best fireworks in Minnesota are right here at Canterbury Park. Make plans to join us. We come back on the holiday, the 4th of July, with a 1 o'clock post, and Saturday we're back at 5. So 4 straight days of horse racing action. Let's handicap this 7th together. Look at the betting board right now. You can see the lowest price up there at 5-2. It tells you all you need to know. Very balanced collection of equine athletes. Number 1 is Coach Sam P. Constantino Roman gets the call for the Westerman gang. Tried a 7-furlong race last time, and, oh yeah, loved it. How about this? Wire to wire at 31-1. We've seen the light bulb theory earlier tonight on a maiden horse that took 12 races to break on through and came right back, Argent for Cars, and won again at a price. This horse took 18 tries, but just freaked last time. If this horse can duplicate that effort, big chance for victory for the coach, and the coach is 7-1. Paul Allen likes the 2, Sharag. Will the deuce get the money? Gallardo for Chip Woolley, a Kentucky Derby winning trainer. Shipped in from Arizona, ran a sneaky good race. 2nd time over the surface. The Dark Man used to talk about horses in from Arizona. 2nd time back. Interesting. Tip sheet guy all over the 4-horse. 2 Stormy Oceans. The Q for Tim Padilla looked awesome tackling maidens last time, and the Padilla barn so good. When they get a victory, their horses tend to hold form. Excellent barn and excellent price on the Padilla charge at 5-1. I'm on Double Echo. I don't like the fact that Double H, Harry Hernandez, gets off, but I'll take Vergara here for Mr. Lawrence. Blinkers come on. Love that maiden breaking victory. I think this horse has a touch of talent. I'm betting on the talent. It was awful last time on the turf, but we're back on the dirt. 6 is Bitterly for Ange. Bitterly is turf to dirt. The blinkers come off. De Silva gets on. All the tricks up the Herminator's sleeve at 10-1. 7 is the Speed of the Speed. This guy can fly. It's Hoot, Owl, Hoot. The Minnesota bred here, 3rd off the layoff. Double H gets off Double Echo to ride this one. That is a very important handicapping angle. We'll see if it works out for the Speedball, who on the board right now is a juicy 9-1. Jeff Madej is bullish on Racer Rex. And I think if you're going to build trifectas and superfectas, this is the horse that I'm most confident will finish in the Tri and Super. This horse is so consistent, always there, and I love Jermaine Bridgeman. Just a wonderful human and an excellent pilot. He's getting bet, too, at 8-5. 10 is Oro. Leslie Mowing brings in prices. Leslie's great on long shots. He's got a little speed and fade thing going here at a big number. Look at that number, 25-1 from the outside attack post. What a great betting race this is. We've got the final pick 3 on the card. It's the Thoroughbreds traveling 6 furlongs. It's race number 7. It's coming up and coming at you, and it is next.
Arriving at the starting gate, it's race time. Into the gate for the 7th. Last in, Oro. All right, now. And they're racing. Perfect line out of the starting gate. From the 8-hole, Racer Rex races out with good speed, and so does Hoot Owl Hoot. And Hoot Owl Hoot and Double Echo flash terrific speed with Chirag zipping through on the inside, and Chirag at 8-1 grabs a narrow lead with a half mile to go. Behind them, 2 Stormy Oceans, about 2.5, 3 clear from Coach Sam P, trying to win 2 in a row. That one's to the inside of Oro, way back in last. Bitterly far out of it. Off the far turn, Chirag and Eddie G show the way. It's Chirag by a length from Double Echoes cutting into the margin. Racer Rex, the rider, has the pink helmet cover, also cutting into the league. Shiraz leads by a neck. Behind them is 2 Stormy Oceans. Then we come back to Oro closing up on the inside, and they head for the money. Chirag trying to fend challenges. Racer Rex right alongside. Between them is Double Echoes losing ground. Then it's 2 Stormy Oceans. Chirag and Racer Rex outside. Racer Rex grinds away to take the lead from Chirag. Late charge, 2 Stormy Oceans, and it is Racer Rex to prevail. Tight photo for second. Number 8, Racer Rex ran first. Photography required for the rest. And we had 2 claims from race number 7. 2 claims. One involved a shake. Stand by. The numbers 8, 4, 2, 10. 8-4-2-10. The runner-up, Two Stormy Oceans, claimed by trainer Michaela Ivy Wright for owner Byron Lindemann. And number 5, Double Echo, claimed, winning a two-way shake, trainer Martin Escobar for Rocket Wrench Racing. Two Stormy Oceans, Schiff's Barnes, Ivy Wright Lindemann, likewise for Double Echo, Escobar Revac. Into the winner's enclosure, Racer Rex and Jermaine Bridgemahan. The winning owners, Dahlberg Farms, and the winning trainer, Rafael Barraza. Eighth race, 20 minutes from now. Scratch number 7, Cyber Finale. The most recent pick 4 paid $408. And they're racing. Perfect line out of the starting gate. From the 8-hole, Racer Rex races out with good speed, and so does Hoot Owl Hoot. And Hoot Owl Hoot and Double Echo flash terrific speed with Chirag zipping through on the inside, and Chirag at 8-1 grabs a narrow lead with a half mile to go. Behind them, Two Stormy Oceans, about 2.5, 3 clear from Coach Sam P, trying to win 2 in a row. That one's to the inside of Oro, way back in last. Bitterly far out of it. Off the far turn, Chirag and Eddie G show the way. It's Chirag by a length from Double Echoes, cutting into the margin. Racer Rex, the rider, has the pink helmet cover, also cutting into the league. Shiraz leads by a neck. Behind them is Two Stormy Oceans. Then we come back to Oro closing up on the inside, and they head for the money. Chirag trying to fend challenges. Racer Rex right alongside. Between them is Double Echoes losing ground. Then it's Two Stormy Oceans. Chirag and Racer Rex outside. Racer Rex grinds away to take the lead from Chirag. Late charge, Two Stormy Oceans, and it is Racer Rex to prevail. Tight photo for second.
Kevin Gorg and Angela Herman are with you from the television studio. We'll take you through the quarter horses here to close the show. And Angela, a big scratch here of number 7. I thought that horse had a big chance, and now I really believe the inside 3 might settle things here. But let's start with Political Ivy. This is my top pick in the race. We love Jason Olmstead day in and day out with the quarter horses. You don't have this horse on top. You've got this horse second, so you give this horse a peek. What do you think of Political Ivy just on paper?
Well, she broke very well. I mean, in both of her first 2 starts. And there were some horses that came back to it. Last time the winner took Arudo, so allowance next out. Nobody won from her very first race, but she drifts in a little bit, or she did last time, but she was very professional in start number 1. That quick break will help her a lot from the rail. It's just 350 at this point that I would question, but her 2 starts, as opposed to a lot of her competition, are a big leg up for her.
Okay. Number 2, I really like the name of this Wyoming bred, the Beaches of Cheyenne. I've got this horse second. I think this first-timer has at least a look, and there she is on camera, or he is. He looks really robust and energetic. We'll see if this 2-year-old colt can pop out of there at first asking.
Okay, fair enough. My top choice in here is the 3-1 Gray Eagle. 2 starts for her as well, just like the Rail Runner. But she went on her back feet in her debut. She recovered. She was getting in a little bit on her left lead, but she has a nice stride. She stayed on well, and she improved big time in start number 2. She didn't break right on top. She got going very quickly, and she switched leads with about 100 yards to go. She was on the outside that day. She was just rolling, and if she can do anything like that, it's going to be tough to hold her off in here.
Is it not false advertising that this filly's name is One Gray Eagle and she's not gray?
I guess it might be false advertising, but for those in the big gray department when they like to go shopping
I love
for
a
a quarter
good gray.
horse.
I'm a sucker.
Well, you're looking right next door then at Max Brand now,
Yes.
aren't you? What do you think of this one? This is start number 2, another Olmstead runner.
I think anytime you go from start 1 to start 2 with either thoroughbreds or quarter horses, that's where you can see the most significant improvement. I like the fact that the horse has taken some money. It's the other Maher horse. I think the horse absolutely has every chance to get up there. And this is not a group of world beaters. These are youngsters still figuring things out. So I can't talk anybody off it. One famous candidate with Kelsey, the other Vic Hansen, your thoughts?
I mean, just like you said, from start 1 to start 2, he broke in the clear, and some other horses actually broke away from him, but the right rein was pulled on this horse a lot of the time. His head was kind of turned for a good part of the race. Maybe he's just kind of trying to keep this one straightened out, but there's definitely some room for improvement, so don't be too deterred by that first start.
Always love a Kevin horse.
What about Hots Kevin? You gotta love a Hots Kevin horse.
That's Kevin, man. I tell you what, Energy Downs, Tyler Stein, good third. The horse that won in her debut has come back to be victorious since. So, yeah, there's a case to be made. There's a good look at the 6 right now on your television monitors. Our television crew, best in the country, they'll follow these horses all the way in their warm-ups to the start of this race. And with 2-year-olds, I really do encourage you to take a look at these race horses as they prepare for this endeavor. The late daily double quarter horse dashes starts in 9 minutes. Get your bets in now. Ange and I will be back to take you through the lucky last. Here are the picks on the grid from all the experts.
2 minutes. Arriving at the gate, it's race time. Moving in. Political Ivy, 2-1. Max Brand, 3.5-1. The Beaches of Cheyenne. Now 1 Gray Eagle. Next in line, 7-5 in favor. Political Ivy, 5-2. 1 Famous Candidate in. And Hot's Kevin. Favorite, Rambunctious, 6-5. In. One out. Hot's Kevin. Ready? And away they go. Pretty good beginning for all. Shortly after the start, the Beaches of Cheyenne was bumped. From the center, one Gray Eagle looking to get in the black. Political Ivy has the lead. Outside of that, one famous candidate. Between them is Max Brand. Political Ivy. Ooh, the 5. Looks like the 5 at 16-1 has blown the tote board to Burnsville. Photo finish. Result of the photo shows the winner is number 5. One famous candidate at 16-1. Max Brand second, 5-1. Hot's Kevin third, 9-2. Political Ivy fourth. 5, 4, 6, 1. Stand by. It's official. Exacta 121.70. 546 trifecta 462.35. 10-cent superfecta 5461. $120 for a dime. The pick 3 paid $5,261 on races 6, 7, and 8. 52.61 for the $1 pick 3. The 9th race, 20 minutes from now, it's the lucky last. No scratches. Into the winner's circle, one famous candidate, and Kelsey Haar. Double play for Vic Hansen. Bar VH Ranch owns one famous candidate, and Vic Hansen is the winning trainer. away they go. Pretty good beginning for all. Shortly after the start, the Beaches of Cheyenne was bumped. From the center, one Gray Eagle looking to get in the black. Political Ivy has the lead. Outside of that, one famous candidate. Between them is Max Brand. Political Ivy. Ooh, the 5. Looks like the 5 at 16-1 has blown the tote board to Burnsville.
Angela Herman, Kevin Gorg with you as we get set for the final race tonight, the first of 4 straight racing nights at Ange tomorrow with the fireworks and the live music. Honestly, it is such a good card. Super excited to get back here and celebrate our best card of the year. Every year, it seems like July 3rd, we fire a bullet.
It's one of the most fun nights to be out here, too. We do start a little bit early. Doesn't matter. We have an action-packed lineup. There's going to be a lot of promos. There's going to be a ton of people. And, of course, fireworks at the end of the night with some music to get us through both. But if you have not come and seen this spectacular for yourself and you got nothing to do tomorrow night, might want to consider including it in your plans. It is such a good show. It is such a fun atmosphere. And you might need a little time to get in or get out because it is so busy. But still, set aside the day and give it a shot if you haven't yet, because it is one of our absolute favorite days out here, and for a lot of reasons.
It's going to be great. 4 o'clock start. I've looked at the pick 5. You've looked at the pick 5. Races 6 through 10 tomorrow. One of the best sequences I've seen in the last couple of summers, and I'm going to attack it tomorrow. One of my bigger pick 5 bets tomorrow. It's going to be a tough one to hit. I don't see a single in the sequence, but let's make a little extra money. Let's pad our bankroll like our friend Johnny the Mouse Mickelson, who had that Kelsey horse, who's alive in the pick 3. And the one horse just getting saddled here late. This is GFB Magic. We haven't seen this horse on a racetrack since September. I'm gonna take a flyer. I'm gonna wait till later in the summer. Your thoughts?
She races a lot with her stablemate GF Lady Giselle on the outside, and usually Lady Giselle is getting the better of her. I don't like the rail draw for GFB Magic. I mean, there's still younger maiden quarter horses. Things can change quickly, but the fact that we haven't seen her since last September, and she's still racing against Lady Giselle, a lot will have to turn the tables for me to make me pick that one over the 5.
Paul Allen's got the Chaser here, and I love the Chaser at a price, and that's exactly what PA is going to get. Cut back from 550 yards last time. Did flash some speed in that race. The jockey stays right here for Haley Hobbs. 9-2 morning line. There's a case to be made for El Sixto.
I mean, I've watched those races, and yeah, he does run evenly. He doesn't get beat by too much, but he almost never breaks, and that's, I would guess, why they've been running him longer distances. 870, 400, 550. For a horse that breaks slow, you're giving him time to recover, and he's still a maiden. Going 300, he would need to step things up, and he very well could. This is going to be his first time at Canterbury. He gets a good spot. But I would just hope for something a little bit longer if I'm going to put him on top. And I can see the case, but I passed.
I always look for horses in from either Iowa or Remington Park. I'm not real familiar with the quality of the quarter horses in Arizona. You're getting a horse in the 3 here, and Where's My Crown, that showed sharp improvement from start 1 to start 2.
Admittedly, I don't think as much of them, just at least this one, because he's a California bred. Or she's a California bred. If she caught anybody's eye early, she would have raced at 2, and she would probably be at home. So I don't have that strong an opinion in here, but I do have some reasons why I didn't take Where's My Crown. But PJ Dynasty is your top choice in here. This is only start number 4 for this gray gelding. Tell me why you like him.
Yeah, I really like the horse a lot. I don't have a lot of strong opinions with quarter horses. It's not something I dive into on a regular basis with my wagering money. But if this horse drifts up a little bit and I can get 5-2, I'm going to make a decent win bet on PJ Dynasty. I like the talent that he showed last year. I've always liked Jerry Livingston. Quietly goes about his business, wins at Canterbury, it feels like, every single year. And Kelsey's on fire. She's looking for a riding triple. So, again, I'm going to have to watch the price. Right now, I'm not getting near the price that I need. But I think PJ Dynasty is in a very good chance for victory. You're on the horse next door. Tell me more.
Yeah, Lady Giselle, GF Lady Giselle, has raced here quite a bit more than PJ Dynasty. I mean, this is start number 10 for her. This is starting to get around. It's getting late time for me, but still, Lady Giselle has been running competitively when she's up here and when she's at this level. I mean, she's found 1 or 2 horses that can beat her when she's running against these essentially maiden specials, but she tries hard, and she's been getting out of the gate pretty well, at least in her last few as a 2-year-old down at Prairie Meadows. Last time she dwelt. She just didn't get out of the gate. She ran fine. I'm willing to toss that one out, but she still needs to run just a tick better than she did at 2, and I think she can do that today at a pretty square number of 5-1. Now, the outside horse, who is shockingly 9-2. You rarely see Jason Olmstead at this price, especially when he's only got 1 runner in here. But Relentless Mogul, I just thought maybe has had her chances. What did you make of her on the outside?
Well, all I know is this. I don't know who she ran against last time, but knowing the connections and knowing that she had run speed indexes of 52, 62, and 53, the fact that she went off at 79-1 she had to be facing some monsters, and she got bumped out of that in that race and then just did the moonwalk. So I'm going to give her a look. I cannot believe she's the price she is right now. In my opinion, she's the value on the board. We'll see if that value holds because these connections do get bet regularly. But she was good enough. At least they thought of her to take on some nice stakes foes last year in the Northland Futurity. So we'll see. But I think she certainly is a contender.
I mean, yeah, in looking at those races, that's fine. She broke really well in her first two, and ever since then, I mean, when it went from the Futurity to Prairie Meadows to Will Rogers to Remington, she has not been breaking quite as well at all. And whatever the reason for that is, the last field that she ran again, 2 of them hit the board next out. The 9th place finisher won. She looked high-headed. She looked green. Just, I don't know, kind of the pro that we saw right away at 2. Didn't look there. I hope that she just needed the race. I'm sure she did, because at that kind of price, I'd regret not taking her if she's going to run better.
She looks good in the paddock, too.
Right. I mean, you take that, or you don't take that horse thinking that she's going to be 3-5, but right now she's 9-2. Mixed signals, I guess I would say.
Good way to put it.
Yeah.
Well stated. Well, this is the last chance to make a little money tonight, at least with the horses. Remember that on the main floor, the casino is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You've got to look right there at all the experts. Kind of split. A lot of 4s, a lot of 5s, one guy on the 2. We're back tomorrow, 4 o'clock. Fireworks spectacular. 4th of July at 1, Saturday at 5. We hope to see you. CanterburyPark.com for all the details. When you leave, drive home safe. We can't wait to wager with you and have some fun tomorrow on July 3rd at the park.
Into the post parade for race 9. What's going on, everybody? I'm the Chaser. Let's go to chasing here in race number 9 at Canterbury Park, courtesy of Crown Royal. And the initial thought was to pay homage to this guy, Sixto Lezcano, one of the great outfielders from the 70s, played for the Milwaukee Brewers, hit about 275. And then I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and dive in with a win bet on number 2, El Sixto, and here's why. El Sixto is the biggest loser in the race. The horse is 0 for 11. The Chaser is the biggest loser in the press box. So maybe El Sixto can win for the first time in 2+ years. And that's about the last time the Chaser feels like he won a bet, about 2+ years ago. So El Sixto, come on. We can do this thing together. It's a race time. It's the 9th. It's the lucky last. In line, PJ Dynasty, 6-5 in favor of the first in. Ryder looking for a triple. GFB Magic. And now GF Lady Giselle. El Sixto. Where's my crown? And Relentless Mogul, last in line, 4-1. All right. There they go. Number 1 B Magic was off terribly. Swift beginning for El Sixto to the inside. Great beginning for GF Lady Giselle. And on the outside, Relentless Mogul in relentless fashion has powerhouse to victory. Number 6, Relentless Mogul, first. 5, Lady Giselle, second. Photo for the rest. Six, 5, 2, 4. And Wednesday is official. Final pick 3, 330, 630. And to the winner's circle, Relentless Mogul and Armando Alvarez. The winning owner, Tom Maher, and the winning trainer, Jason Olmstead. Ladies and gentlemen, racing resumes tomorrow at Canterbury at 4 o'clock. Then at about 10 tomorrow evening, we have our fireworks extravaganza courtesy of Quick Trip. Get tickets online at canterburypark.com. For our television department, our management team, and those of us here in the Dark Star Press Box, thank you very much for coming out to Canterbury or watching and wagering from abroad. If you're leaving the racetrack, please drive safely. Go. Number 1, B Magic was off terribly. Swift beginning for El Sixto to the inside. Great beginning for GF Lady Giselle. And on the outside, Relentless Mogul in relentless fashion has powerhouse to victory.